Hello. Oh, the bird sounds are in that song. I thought they were in the sim. Anywho. Hello. So, how's it going? Let's get into the sim and start doing some stuff, shall we? Let me pad for time. So I spent a good portion of Thursday night and a little bit of Friday morning, fine-tuning the settings of the sim and my graphics, to a point where we now get, what are we getting? 86 FPS in the A330. We get about 60 in the A350 in 2024. So that's good, which means we can actually do some flights in this sim without too many major issues. Well, let's do this. There's our aircraft. And we're going to do the sim brief thing first. This still doesn't save the settings, which is kind of annoying. I want it to stay in horizontal and large, but it never saves that. Can I change the default app? Nope. Why even have that as an option then? Anywho, sim brief. Right. We are... Joy. Okay, I didn't do that. Right, so it just logged itself back in. Why log out then? We are... This flight... Air Lanka... Sri Lanka... 101. Sam, g'day. Alright, ALK 101. We're going from Colombo to Male in the A330 300. 330 300 Rolls Royce. No, not that. Weights. Auto. Generate. That. And get rid of that. Cool. Let's go over here. I think all the covers and everything are already off. Yeah, that looks like it. So it's just the chocks that are still there. Alright, well, we can get rid of the chocks by just clicking on them. Lovely. I'm not going to do the inspection thing because I don't see the point of it. Wishing you had power. Yeah, I saw that you had to borrow a generator from someone or somewhere. Right. Let's go sim brief on there. Just that. And then the payload. We can also click sim brief on that. And start the aircraft, shall we? I do want to have a look back at that power, the payload, because it looked very light. I don't like when the plane is light. I want the plane to be heavy. Max 0 fuel. Okay. Well, not that bad. Alright, fine. We'll go with that. Bong. Can barely see these screens. Right. 3 of those. Everything else up there is fine for now. Annoying as I'm not sure what's good to eat because of the loss of power for it. Yeah. Yeah, I probably anything perishable you'd just have to get rid of, I suppose. In it. Request. Do I have JoinFS running? Yeah, I do. Just in case. Is there anyone actually... Does anyone still use JoinFS? What's it in? Aircraft? Session. Oh, there are some people. Next update for the power is midnight tonight. Yeah. I'd be bored out of my fucking mind if I lost power. I don't know what I'd do. Sit in the car to charge the phone, I guess, so that I could keep using that. Just play games on my phone. Plan. I need Navigraph. So how was, I mean, I know how everyone's weekend was up in southeast Queensland. How was everyone else's weekend? Flying an infinite flight. Well, there you go. You make do with what you can, I suppose. 04 is it telling us for the departure. 207 knots. So, yep. 04 it is. Is there a departure out of here? Yeah, there is. Okay. It is this departure, but that takes us off a different way. It basically takes us straight onto the arrival. Move that. Where is that? Lalu to Delta. Yep, that's the one. Honolulu to San Francisco in United. Nice. On your phone or on like an iPad? Right, departure 04, going the Lalu to Delta, Telig, iPad. I have Infinite Flight on my iPad, but my iPad barely works anymore because it's so old. Right. I need to get rid of Lalum. Wait, no I don't. There was something else that I needed to get rid of. No, it wasn't. That's fine. Rightio. Keep saying right. Performance. $49, $52, $53. Send that over here. Confirm that. So 4.2 on the trim. Doors aren't open anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, we'll wait for the IRSs and then get going. Is anyone joining, or did I not give you enough time? I know Sam can't join, obviously. And Aaron, I think, is out of power as well, so he wouldn't be joining. So I might be on my own. Oh man, I haven't eaten anything today and my stomach is rumbling. I should have eaten something. Right. There it goes again. 360 on there. So it's interesting. The performance tuning that I did in this sim worked much better than in FS 2020. And this is without DLSS. Whereas in 2020, I can't get more than 35 FPS. Doesn't matter what I do. the only way for me to get more than 35 is either put DLSS on, which we then get the ghosting on the screens and everything's fuzzy, or to put the sim into DX12, which then just breaks. Like, can't do anything. So I don't know what to do about that, but I guess as more and more aircraft come across to this sim, I guess we're just going to switch over to this sim. Because at the moment, what have I got? I got the 350, A300, the RJ, I think the Mad Dog, but only the 81. I think that's it, actually, those 4. I think that's all that's in 2024 at the moment. But as more aircraft come across, then I'll start switching over to this sim, because with this performance, I can't really go past that. Like, getting 80 FPS. Cool. Let's get moving, shall we? Put that on, and get rid of these. Get rid of that. And call GSX, which apparently the hotkey for that doesn't want to work. Also, GSX has not been starting with the sim for some reason. Doodle. Louis, hello. You already said hello. I did have a good few days off. I got to sit around and do nothing. Though I did, like I said, I did spend some time fine-tuning the performance in the sim, so I wasn't all unproductive. I need my stick. That there. Yeah, we're in 2024.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Because, like I said, I did some playing around with the settings and stuff, graphic settings and all that, and managed to get the sim to sit pretty much at 80 or 90 FPS with most aircraft. The A350, it still drops to 60, but I mean, that's still great. Okay, that's not where you put the bypass pin.
Bypass pin inserted.
He's like, let me just go right under the middle of the aircraft. Yeah. And it's interesting the way that the settings work in this sim. Like, there will be something that you go from complete stutters to perfect performance, and like no logical sense in how that works. Like, you'll drop something from ultra to high, and then you gain an extra 10 FPS. You know, it's things like that. And I'm assuming that's got more to do with probably the graphics. Like it's I don't know whether it's a sort of something like newer technology, the way that it's rendered, or I don't know what it is, but it just we need to go left. Better optimized in 2020. Well, and look, hopefully it keeps getting better, because it could still use massive improvements.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
But if I can fly the A330 and the A350 without any sort of stutters, and look, it seems to have eliminated that problem I was having where if I would switch views, I would get those stutters. It still happened with the A321 in Melbourne, but for the most part, that's disappeared. So that must have been a setting as well. Oh, I don't have any wing views set up. So I also went and bought the new Innie Heathrow. So we're going to go have a look at that too after this flight. I'm curious to see what the performance is like on that. No, I'm going to take the Phoenix A321. I really set up no views, wing views in this plane. Well, while the engine's starting, shall we go do that? Getting stuck on nothing. So I can walk through.
Please set parking brakes.
Funny, I can walk through seats.
Unlocking gear.
Oh. This is also an interesting bug. When I change cockpit views, the sound disappears. Until I go back to that view. Funny. I get stuck on walls, but I can walk through seats. Doesn't really make sense. Oh, stuck. Stuck. Running smooth, yeah. It was a very frustrating couple of hours trying to fine-tune the performance.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
I feel like that haze is a little bit too strong. Also, why can I get closer to some windows than others? Eight. Must be good. Yeah. Well. I mean, it's not too bad, this A330. I enjoy it. There are some little, I feel like there's some little quirks and things. Like same with the A321. I flew the A321 the other night on Saturday night. Installed the wing fix. Yeah, I flew the A321 from Sydney to Melbourne the other night, and was on the RNAV Yankee for 3-4. The plane completely disregarded the VDEV and basically just flew all the way down to the final altitude and then waited there before it grabbed the VDEV descent. And I think this aircraft would do the same thing. Right. That. What was the trim? 4.2 up. Oh, hang on. Did it already have that set? Must have. Cabin check. Yep. And takeoff test. Normal. Cool. Weather. DCAS. Apparently in the bus the VDEV isn't accurate until you pass the final approach fix. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's go. We're going out to the left, down, 04. Follow the taxiway, Papa, all the way down. Atlanta, yep, good point. It's gonna put me in a Cessna. I'll have to fix that in a minute. I don't know why it always, because the registration keeps coming up as Quebec, Uniform Quebec. Oh. The autopilot's not even connected. The fuck was that? Righto. What's the registration on this aircraft? 4R all. For Romeo, nope, that's a $sign. For Romeo, Alpha Lima Lima. And it is an A333 belonging to ALK. Blanker. Can you find an image, please? There we go. Right, that should have fixed that. I need to get rid of this. I don't know why it's giving me this Victor Hotel Quebec Uniform Quebec bullshit. Can't get rid of the damn thing though. Every aircraft I fly in this sim comes up as that. The autopilot thing? As auto taxi, yeah. So smooth. 85 FPS. This thing's really rolling. Are we at idle thrust? Yes. Everyone ready? I always ask that as if it matters. As if you're actually sitting in the back of the aircraft. I want to hear if there's... Gotta love that spool up sound in the Trents. a yank. Find the climb. Where's the climb? There it is. I hope that's an altitude constraint. Yeah, it is. Wait, did we fly out of... No, we flew into here a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Where is the departure? That one. 901 below 4,000, max 235. 902 above 5,000. Okay, so it's only till this corner here. It's really not a bad aircraft. It maybe the I don't know, like it feels when you're hand flying it feels a little bit jerky. But otherwise it's not a terrible aircraft to fly. Due for delivery today. Well, good. Twitch verification code. Oh, well. Favorite looking aircraft? It is very nice. The only thing that bothers me at the moment about this aircraft is this shimmery effect, which is not present on this side, but is on that side, and I don't know why. And it swaps between them. So sometimes, oh, you can't see them. Yeah. Love 300. I don't know. I like them both. 300 feels heavier. I like a heavy aircraft. Unlimited power.
Kids in there.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you talking about things that I should deafen for?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, bye. Guess we won't talk to them then. I love the wing in the A330. It's just such a nice wing. And Unibuilds actually, to their credit, have done a pretty decent job of this one as well. Wasn't this supposed to be, wasn't 2024 supposed to have ray tracing? Hang on, did that actually do something? Nope. Yeah, wasn't 2024 supposed to have ray tracing where these would actually do something? Because they're not doing anything. Pretty comfy to fly into 242. Yeah. The only time I've actually flown for an extended period. I mean, I flew to Perth twice in the A330. And yeah, it was pretty good. The first time I went, I had the seat next to me was empty, so I had the 2 seats. Second time I went with Jay. So Jay and I were sitting next to each other in 2 seats, which again was fine. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the middle, but the windows were good. All of those off. Turn that off. End it on those, and we're on our way. I'm going to put the arrival in pretty quickly because we go from the departure straight to the arrival, basically. When Qantas 330 to Narita in Hong Kong, window seat. Qantas have really good footrest and economy and the seats coming. Yeah, I mean, it was... Look, I mean, admittedly, most of my international flights with Qantas were business class because I used to fly on staff travel. But their economy, I've never really had any complaints about their economy either. I'm just trying to resize some windows so I can actually read chat. Right, so runway 36, which is pretty standard. That's... Hang on. That's showing me the old runway. You're not trying to land me on the old runway, are you? Certainly looks like it. Approach. What's the weather like? This VFR. 0107 knots, clear. Few clouds at 1800. Carrying cumulus at 1800 feet. Just because I don't like the VDEV in this, I'm gonna put it on the ILS. Okay, so the Hoki 1 Alpha. Get lounge access on staff travel? No, but if you get invited, you do. And we knew people, so we used to get invited sometimes, not all the time. But generally, because it's staff, at that time, you didn't have time to go sit in the lounge because you were on standby. X-ray 36. And the Hoki 1 Alpha. Benku. But that's... Double check there's no discontinuities. No, but there's 2 top of descent points for some reason. Only a sign at the gate, but occasionally... Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's the same now as it was, but when last time I flew staff travel, oh, I just realized it looks like they've fixed that shimmery window effect that was there. Yeah, last time I flew staff, that you were basically on standby. You had to stand at the check-in counter until just before it closed. So by the time you actually got your boarding pass and everything, you didn't have time to go to the lounge anyway. I mean, it might have changed now, but yeah, back then. I mean, last time I flew staff was in 2008? 2007, maybe? Actually, I don't even know if that was. Yeah, maybe it was. Actually, it was. It definitely was, because that was the last time we flew staff, when we got offloaded in Hong Kong. Alright, let me do that. And is my mute button working? No, of course it's not. It It worked the other day, but now it doesn't want to work. So instead I have to open it. I still don't understand. Why is there so many MFS things? Actually, it's below maximum. Yeah, checked in straight away. There you go. So, you know, the interesting thing going back to the performance in this sim, right? If I click out of the window, it drops to half the frame rate. So, I mean, the only thing I can think that would be VSync. But I don't know. Like, it's sitting 97 FPS right now. I'm gonna leave you guys with this wing view and some music for a bit. I will be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. What did I miss? One of the cool things about it is a built-in chase plane simulator. Is there really? My iPad dead. Yep. Anywho, anything new in? Oh, you know what I did forget? There was an update to the MD-11. I don't think we're gonna fly it today, though. I'll do that tomorrow. You know the problem, though, right? Now that I've got this kind of performance in this sim, I'm not gonna want to go back to 2020. Which is an issue. Because still most of it, like, the good thing is sceneries can work in this sim. Like, any sceneries that we're flying to today that aren't 2024 versions are still the 2020 versions, which mostly still work. It's just the aircraft that are a bit of a problem. Triple 7 kind of works. I chucked the A380 in here and that worked. So that's something. It's just, yeah, the problem is there's no, I mean, unless I fly the 737, actually, we could do that. The 737 MAX that's in this sim, we could try that. Has anyone tried that? I haven't. Last time I tried to fly the 737 MAX in this sim, it just crashed the sim. Let me see. 737 MAX at Sobo. Let's see. Did anyone do a Bonza livery? Probably not. The flare livery. The exterior lights don't work like the ailerons don't. Iceland Air, Turkish. Oh, we could like Turkish. Southwest. Oh, the Southwest. Oh, hang on. I don't think that's a real livery. Isn't great. Yeah, okay. I'd probably give it a try off stream before I try it on stream. Because the last thing I want is to try and fly it and then get frustrated with it. A lot of liveries for it. There's a RAF livery. Yeah, like I said, I'd probably give it a go off stream before I try and fly it on stream, because like the last thing I want is to just get the shits with it and then pack it in, you know. Anything behind you the other day? Doesn't look like anyone's done a Bonza livery for it. There's a Virgin Australia livery, but I don't know if it's any good. We'll see. That might be a little bit of homework for me at some point. I mean, when I'm in the cockpit, I don't really care about what's moving on the outside, but if I've got a wing view or something... I think I tried putting the 737 in this sim early on, and it didn't work at all. Like, it wouldn't even load. Struggling to line the IRS. Worked since Sim Update 1 beta. Okay. Might give it a go. Again, I'll probably try it off stream before I put it on stream. Well, they're off the beta now. It's the full release of that. Apparently, Sim Update 2 is going to be even bigger than Sim Update 1, from what I've seen, or from what I've heard. Yeah, so Sim Update 1 came out of beta. It's the full release of Sim Update 1 since Friday? Saturday? And Sim Update 2 is already in the works, according to Asobo. Where is it? All it says is work, because this was from the Sim FS Elite article. The work on Sim Update 2 has been well underway for some time now, even with Sim Update 1 only having just passed into Simmers in a public way. While Sim Update 1 was fairly extensive and focused a lot on sim stability and performance following the launch, Sim Update 2 is being described as even bigger than Sim Update 1. And I looked through the change list for Sim Update 1. It is huge, and a lot of changes to aircraft. I have no idea what is coming in Sim Update 2 though. I love the wing. Look at that shape. Take note, Aerosoft. Should that be open? Does anyone know what that actually is? What is that flap? For the packs. A330 wing doesn't flex, yeah, according to Aerosoft. A330. I have no idea how I would find out what that is. Never noticed it before though. But probably is something to do with the packs. Just seems like it probably wouldn't be open that much in flight. Alright, so about 160 miles to top of descent. Actually, is this... I think this might be the first time I've seen contrails in this sim too. Someone taking A330 Neo from JFK to Honolulu? Wow. The thing that shit me about Infinite Flight, and I suppose it's the same as every other flight sim, I guess, but having to buy individual aircraft, like for what the sim actually is, I feel like, you know, it should probably come with a fairly big selection of aircraft. I reckon I probably wouldn't even be able to load Infinite Flight on my iPad anymore. I can barely even use Safari on there. Should we buy the Pro and you get like 30 different... Huh, okay. Should we do our food guesser? Let's do our daily food guesser. Potatoes, macaroni. That actually looks pretty good. Potatoes, macaroni, cream, cheese, onions, butter, salt, pepper. Optional. Bacon, garlic, apples, or milk. Potatoes is unusual. Otherwise, it's just like macaroni and cheese. Cook pasta and potatoes together in a separate pan. Saute onions in butter and mix with cream. Combine the pasta and potatoes with cream mixture and lay with grated cheese. Bake until bubbly and golden. I mean, it has to be the US, considering it's just cheese and pasta. Nope. Apparently not. The potatoes is what's throwing me off there, though. Cream cheese. I mean, should we go the obvious and say Italy? No, okay, so it's gonna be, well, Nordic, maybe Swedish. Poll at the moment in which the 767 or 787 are gonna be chosen for a rework. What's 767? Oh, in real world. Oh, it borders Italy to the north. So is it Switzerland or Austria that borders Italy? Austria, right? Well, they both do. No. Borders Austria, so Switzerland. Oh, in Infinite Flight, okay. I was gonna say, is 767 getting a rework? Sure. That actually sounds really good. Whatever this is, I want to make it. I can't copy any of this text. It's very annoying that I can't copy this text. Is there a way that I can copy it from here? I don't know. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at. I have a look at the outlet valve thing. Screenshot the webpage. That's a good point, Sam. That would be the smart thing to do, but no one ever accused me of being smart. Accused me of being a dummy, that's right. I got called dummy by a fat bitch yesterday. Shark, flour, cornmeal, salt, black pepper. I feel like there needs to be context with that, but I'm not going to give much more context to say, other than to say that my ex-sister-in-law is a cunt. Shark, flour, cornmeal, salt, black pepper, oil, lettuce, tomato, cucumber, onion, mayonnaise, ketchup, hot sauce, pickles, bread or buns, lime, lemon, garlic, thyme, shadow Benny. What is that? And coleslaw. What do you reckon? I don't know. I feel like shark. Vietnamese. Oh, maybe mayonnaise and ketchup though. I don't know. I kind of thought maybe the US because maybe like Hawaii, but I don't know. Marinating shark fillets in a blend of spices and frying them until golden. Bake is made from a dough mixture, rolled flat, deep fried until puffy. Serve the fried shark within the bake and garnish with lettuce, tomatoes, and variety of sauces like tamarind, garlic, and hot pepper. No, I don't know. I don't know that would be Japan. Let's try Vietnam. Nah, ice cold. The northwest. So either Western Europe or the US. Maybe try Portugal? No. Okay, so it's even more west of Portugal. So it's got to be either North America or South America. Canada? I don't know, it'd be Canada. Okay, so it's southeast of the US. I mean, whenever something's southeast of the US, I'm going Brazil. No. Apparently north of Brazil. Okay, so not Mediterranean, Caribbean? Jamaica? No, Trinidad and Tobago. There you go. Doesn't that look appetizing? There you go. All right. Wordle. Do our two daily games that we play. Try a new word. It's got 3 vowels. What do we got? Nothing. Only an E at the end of the word. Difficult food today? Yeah, it was. Well, the second one was. The first two we kind of got. There's no R. I'm trying to think of a word where I can chuck the I and the O in there. Alright, let's try... Well, there's no R, but let's try broil. Give us anything else? An I. Okay, so there's an I somewhere and an E and an E at the end. But no O, L, B, R, A, G, or U. Words are failing me today. Why am I blanking on words? Let's try DI something. That's not a word, Louis. And the E. Oh, yeah, I suppose there could be another E, isn't there? Because it doesn't tell you when there's multiple letters. Wow. Okay. So, what about spite? Yeah, there we go. Alright, well, that's those done. Coming up to top of descent anyway. 80 miles. What's the... Banku. What do we got to be out of Banku? 4,000. Right. Man, it's warm. Have we figured out what this is yet? I tried Googling A330 ventral flap, but that didn't give me anything. Flight test in 4 days. Nervous? Looks like it with that emoji. Would you call it a valve? What would you call that? Because it's not an intake, it's facing backwards. So it's not going to be an intake unless air gets sucked up into it. Not going to be avionics ventilation. That would be at the front. Look at the overhead panel. Chemtrail dumper, yeah. Exactly what it is. Anything further up there? No, not really. I believe it should be closed. That's what I would think, because surely there'd be a lot of pressure on that. At this speed, there'd be a lot of pressure to be pushing on that. What's the technical term for them? Outflow valves, right? A330 ventral outflow. Look at some airborne A330 photos. Yeah. The ECAM. Yeah, could have a look. Not really. But then again, whether it actually shows it properly on here or not is another story. Two outflow valves, each controlled by CPC. Each outflow valve has a third motor to allow manual control. In manual mode, the outflow valves move at a fifth the speed of automatic mode. During the takeoff roll, the outflow valves are slightly closed to pre-pressurize the aircraft. With the valves in automatic mode, they close at 15,000 cabin altitude independently of the CPCs and other valves. Oh, okay, so someone's already asking this in on Reddit. I'm just wondering if I have been flying it. If a bug or expected behavior. I don't know about the specific aircraft yet. Outflow valve is supposed to move between open and closed to vent air. Never go fully closed unless there's air leaking from somewhere else. And on the ground, it was open on the ground as well. How long does this go for? 17 minutes. The A330, A340 training pressurization system presentation.
The pressurization system on the
So it's showing this one and that one are both air out. But yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be open that much. It probably should be open a little bit, but not that much. Also, that picture that you just sent, Louis, looks like it's the wrong size, unless that's a different flap. Sam, sorry. That looks much smaller. They look different than what's on this aircraft. Like, that's big. And then that one doesn't look the same either. Maybe it's just a Unibuild's A330 thing. 330. Organizations. Yeah, I think it's definitely the definitely one of the outflow valves for the pressurization, but I don't think it should be open that much. If at all. Is everyone awake? You ready for this? Yeah, I think it might be slightly too big. I don't think it's supposed to be that big. It looks, in that picture, it looks much smaller than that. Ooh, look at that white shimmer around the aircraft as I move the camera. All right. Where are we? Oh, I got to put the destination data into. Refresh that. 107 knots. Uh, 0107 for the wind. UNH 1011 30 degrees. 30 1011. There we go. Holy crap. Conti, 158 raiders. Cheers for the raid, Conti. Welcome, welcome. I was watching your stream in the background, so I knew the raid was coming. But I do very much appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. You've come just in time because we're just starting our descent into Male. Into the Maldives. Maldives or Maldives or however you want to say it. Minimums? 220. Everything's always 220. That there. Oh. Let's head down, shall we? Welcome everyone from Conti's stream. Good to see that you didn't have any problems with your sim today, Conti. Or not that I saw anyway. You know, I only realized a couple of weeks ago that this is some sort of bird. I thought it was just 3 different colored swooshy things on the tail. Not till I looked closer and saw the little beak and the eye and the feather in the head. Never knew that before. Oh, what have I just opened? Basic controls. Go on. Fly787, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. This is, screens are hard to see. These don't do anything. Why are they there? I thought this was supposed to be a thing in 2024 where these would actually block out some light, but it doesn't appear that they do. No, that's a shame. Would be helpful. Here's Cat Jam. G'day. How is everyone that's from Brisbane today? Brisbane and Gold Coast, how are we all doing? Surviving? Ray Trace shadows? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I turned them back on because I turned it off to see if that helped with performance, but then the shadows just looked terrible. So I turned them back on, and it doesn't seem to make that much of a difference with performance, to be honest. We're still getting 86 FPS, so... But, yeah, that apparently had no effect. Did a tip run, rain stopped, nice. 2024 has limited ray traced illumination in the cockpit according to dev streams. Okay, well that explains that. I'm gonna stop this music and put the sound back on. I really wish my mute button would work, but it doesn't. And I've still got like 10 different instances of audio for the sim for some reason. But only this one actually mutes and unmutes it. The rest of them do nothing, so I don't know what they're all there for. Is there volume controls in this tablet? Because I feel like... No, there's not. I feel like we need more volume out of the aircraft. It's very quiet. Maybe I just need to turn the sim up. lot of sims are. But this is the thing. That's what I don't understand. Like, why is there so many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them, but only one of them actually controls the volume. So I don't know what the rest of them are. When I started the sim, there was only 3. It seems the longer the sim's running, the more audio there is from it. Don't know why. Anywho. Right, I want medium auto brake, arm the flaps, the spoilers, sorry, but we're probably going to need them for the descent anyway, but I'll arm them for now, in case I don't. And let me check this. 1099 IMM. Yep. 002 on the course. Why is the course always 1 degree off in this sim? Start says 003. I don't know. J2 Saucy, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Seems like whatever engine I start second gets this effect on it. Not sure why. If I was Boeing, this will determine if I stay following. Used to be mostly Boeing, but I fly more Airbus now. But that's because we're flying in Microsoft Airbus Simulator. So, but you'll never see me go past the 747. That'll always be my favorite. So 789 tickles my brain. Nice to do this. Yeah. I'm kind of over the 787. I think I used to like the 787. I've shifted more towards the A350 now. I don't know. Something about the A350 is just sort of nice look to it. The aircraft's struggling to maintain descent and speed. It's going to start getting back up towards the line, and then it's going to pull the nose back up, and then it's going to do the opposite again once it gets below the line. Yep, down it goes. All right, let's give it a bit of spoil. Is it her eyeliner? Nah, I don't know. The thing is, right, Airbus have... This is going to sound strange, but Airbus have nice wings. Like the A330... Look at the shape of that wing, right? It's this curve that it's got, not only on the leading edge, but on the trailing edge from this angle as well. How it's got this nice curve and then this sort of deep... curve at the back here down into the fuselage. I don't know what it is about it. It's just the shape is really nice, and the A350 has sort of similar unusual yet beguiling wing shape. Didn't say it has nice flaps. Well, I don't know. For modern aircraft, look, Airbus are killing it with their aircraft at the moment. Rather 4 engines for long haul. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, you'll never see me if an A380 and an A3 747 is put in front of me. I'm taking the 747 every time. What about 4 engines for short haul, like the RJ or the 146? $340 for days, yeah. If only we had a good A340. And look, to be honest, Anybuilds hasn't done a bad job with this A330, and they've got a pretty solid base if they decided to do an A340. Which I think they should. Just chuck another little engine here, another little engine there, and then you've got an A340. No worries. What was the QNH? It was 1011. Build it with a 350. Yeah, there's a couple of little things that bother me about it, but otherwise it's a fairly fun aircraft to fly. As long as they give it some updates, keep working on it. If they just abandon it, then it's kind of, I don't know why I keep going to this view to watch the spoilers. If they just abandon it, they stop doing any updates on it, then yeah, that's going to be an issue. But it's, you know, if they keep working on it, they keep taking on feedback, it can only get better. We have got one A350 flight planned for today so far. I was gonna do Fukuoka to Haneda, but I don't know if the Haneda scenery is in this sim. In 2020 it is, but I don't know if it's in 2024. Gunslinger, cheers for the follow, welcome to the channel. So we're doing Incheon to Fukuoka instead. It works in 2024. But to use the improvement thing, you have to have the world update for Japan in 2024, right? Because it's a bespoke airport. Got a copy of that. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't really want to do that. I thought I would just do a different flight instead. So it was going to be Japan Airlines A350, but instead we're doing Asiana from Incheon, Fukuoka. Not a big fan. No, I don't think. I think the general consensus is that they've missed the mark with that livery. I don't think anyone's a big fan of that livery currently. I think they really stuffed up with that. It's just not it. Non-sponsored cola drink. What? The other thing is, I don't think, because we're not seeing it in like daylight, that also makes it look worse. Because I saw a picture where it was sort of brighter, and you can the contrast between the colors is a bit better. But it's just, it's blue on blue on blue on white, but they're essentially KLM, you know. Socialism is not a crime. Cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think they I don't mind the font. That font is okay. They probably could have kept the logo as the O. Even if it was this logo, I think that would work better. looks modern and outdated at the same time. It's very TUI. Yeah, so the blue is kind of KLM, but with the tail it's TUI, right? It's missing the red. I think it needed the red because that's this whole the Pepsi logo it's just that from their flag. So I think it kind of needs the red. Otherwise it just looks like a very swirly S. So I don't think it really makes sense. It also looks like the logo is slightly different on the engine, which looks more like the Pepsi logo than the tail. But they got rid of the grey cheat line. They got they got rid of the red. They got rid of the logo in the Korean. It doesn't work. Gunslinger, cheers. See you next time. Okay. We need to activate the approach mode. If we haven't already. Oh, we have now. Yin Yang don't work without colors. Yeah, I think they definitely miss. I would like to see, will they actually revise it, or are they just gonna sort of dig their heels in the sand and just go with it? I think there was is there a speed restriction at this? Yep, 210. Well, we're over that. Tavers, g'day. One commented in the Korean livery saying KLM called, they want their livery back. Yeah. New livery is giving this. What is it? Denim on denim. Oh, that's funny. Where the sim really shines with the islands and the ocean. Yeah. It definitely looks better, but I have got the scenery for the area, so I don't know if that's why it looks better. Or if it's the sim itself. I certainly don't have enough money to stay at a place like this. Come on, aircraft, we need to slow down. It would look better if the O was the... Yeah, I think they should have left the O as the logo. I think my Officeworks order's been delivered. What am I looking for up here? Nothing. Yes, that. Go. How much damn money I want the whole island to myself. What single-digit IQ person thought that was a good idea to select? So yeah, I'd like to know that as well. Like, who made that decision?
1,000.
I don't know if I should restart the sim after this flight, or if we just head straight into the next one. I might restart it. Beautiful approach, yeah. Alright, I'm just going to ignore chat for a minute while I land.
500.
I'll get back to you after I land.
400.
Oh.
300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
36.
100.
I don't know.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
Much easier to fly this plane when you've got good FPS. Pretty hard when you're at like 20. Nice. That's yeah. People successfully go flight to flight today, and they were in the A350. Yeah, I'll give it a go. Rather than restarting the sim, I'll we'll just head into the second flight. That was probably one of the better landings I've done with this plane. They've all been pretty crap up until now. And then the long taxi back in. Along the old runway. Right. Go to that. Go to the weather. Radar. Up that back to TA. The only thing I don't like about the Unibuilds is the air conditioning sound is so loud. Yeah, it's true. That's probably what's drowning out the sound of the engines, because I feel like the engines are not loud at all, and there's no sound settings in here. Meanwhile, we're speeding along this taxiway, runway, taxiway. from the cabin sound marvelous, but the cabin practically the flight deck. Yeah. Even then, there's still still sounds like the pack sound or the air conditioning sound is louder than anything. Wait, is this a new? Is the terminal new here? I don't remember them having jetways last time I flew here. Maybe that's new. I like that jetway pointing the opposite direction. Also, they don't really work for any of these lines, do they? I mean, 3 does, I guess. Is the terminal new and not open yet or something? Strange. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. But this is, I mean, this is just 3, and it doesn't look like anything reaches this either. Unless the jetways are not for wide bodies, which would seem sort of counterintuitive. Also, I'm still sticking out onto the taxiway. Are the markings wrong? Or should I have parked at one of those ones? Maybe I should have parked at one of those ones. Oh well, we're here now. Not like there's anyone else here to bump into me, so what difference does it make? That should have been on auto, but okay. Got them down. Shutdown noise is pretty solid. Under construction. Well, I'm assuming it is because these don't look like these fences would be here. Are you? Oh, hang on. There's something there. Let's go read that, shall we? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well then. Let's just go wander around, shall we? Right, so the terminal is new. That's why I didn't recognize it. That makes sense. Which then I would assume that this is the old terminal. Or part thereof. Okay. Oh, the city over there. Not a bad scenery. I think it's FSDG did this one. Pumping money into the airport, that's the new runway. Yeah. And even that, they had problems with the new runway thing too, didn't they? Because the seaplane base. Oh, there's more stands over that side. Yeah. Nice. Not a bad scenery. I have to keep an eye on that. I did just update it yesterday. Look at all those float planes. Anywho. Shall we go back to the menu? It's the world's busiest float port. Yeah, probably. How was that landing? 240. Well, not great, not terrible. Oh, it's upside down, Miss Jane. Okay, I need the no, not any builds. I need Phoenix A321. But I don't know. Okay, that's the one I need. Because it's not a livery that's made for 2024, so it appears as the aircraft rather than the livery. Which annoys me. But anyway, I digress. So we're going from Frankfurt to Heathrow. Now, I jimmied the Aerosoft Frankfurt into here. I don't know whether it works. I probably should have checked that before the stream, but didn't. So we just hope for the best. Actually, let's go down to one of these ones. What's the time in Frankfurt? 4:48 a.m. Yep, that's fine. Let's go with that. And hopefully this loads. Currently flying Phoenix 21 from Vegas to Atlanta. Nice. A321 is my favorite of the 320 family. Alright, while that loads, I will be right back. Oh look, it loaded. Those jetways probably aren't right. So I think this is probably Aerosoft causing this. It'd be the scenery causing this lag in looking around. I got a headache. Too hot. All right, let's get this going. New flight. Not that I remember what the flight number was. Tons of something. 4738. $321. Phoenix A321 IAE. Generate that. Nope, hang on. Cancel. Because it's got to give no freight. Put that to auto. Why does it always do that? Maybe it doesn't make a difference. Okay. Wait. Have I got a scenery double up here? I think the scenery's doubled up. Right. Well, it's on now, disabled now, so let's see if that makes a difference. Just because there was that road that was running underneath the back of the aircraft, I feel like that probably shouldn't have been there. Wait, is that the gate that I was on and that's my aircraft, or is that someone else? I don't know. Anyway. I don't know if I'd need to restart the sim for that to take effect. It doesn't look like it. Like the bays aren't in the terminal now, so maybe it's okay. I really hate the GTA loading screen. Is it stuck? Oh, there we go. It crashed. Okay. I guess we'll reload the sim, shall we? As long as it's actually shut down. Microsoft Loading Simulator. Even if I shut down the sim properly, it still comes up with this. Looks like Flight Simulator ended unexpectedly last time. No, it didn't. I pressed quit to desktop. I feel like this sim still loads quicker than 2020 does, though. No, that's COD rule. Nope, that's Telfast. Well, shit. 70 viewers? Yeah, we had a raid from Conti. I need to get some Panadol or something. Maybe this loading bar is sort of a placebo effect, though. Maybe I just think this sim loads quicker because it actually gives me a number to go by, whereas 2020 does not. Shall we try again? Well, the other jetways are gone, so that's a plus. And just load the Phoenix thing because it didn't appear to load with the aircraft. Right. Do that quickly because it's doing that stuttery thing. It seems to be certain sceneries that does that. Oh, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. Fuck's sake. Okay. Let's begin, shall we? Nope. That one. We're not going to do GSX loading. We're just going to get moving, I think. Company message? How could we possibly already have a company message? Oh, a load sheet. Okay. Oh. I'll be curious to see how this how we go into Heathrow. I'm a little bit worried about performance, but you would think that because it's a native scenery to 2024, it shouldn't be an issue. But who knows? Okay, let's go Atsu. That's not what I wanted, but okay. Take the load sheet. I want init request. Also, whoever turned the lights on in this plane on the previous flight, bloody hell. Bright much? Request that. Oh, they're not even on. So is it the lights from... Must be the lights outside the aircraft. The dome light's turned off as well. Nope. Apparently the dome light was stuck on. Maybe that was the problem. Okay, there we go. That's better. We are Lufthansa 47 something. Surprise, surprise, the registration of the aircraft is again VHQUQ. Why? This aircraft is DAIDD. Aircraft's already in use by another registration. Okay. Well, there now. I always forget to change back to this scene. Bloody hell. Sorry. That's my bad. So what are we? Lufthansa what? 4738. 4738. You know why I keep forgetting to change the screen again? Because I've always got Navigraph up over OBS, and it covers the stream preview. That's why I forget to change the scene back, because I forget that it's even in that scene to begin with. Uh, 12, and we're going to 360. Oh, hang on, that's not how we do it in this aircraft, is it? We do it like that. There we go. Flight plan. Apparently we're departing off 07 right. What's the weather like? 090, yeah, so it's right down the sevens. At the same time, if it's only 6 knots, we could go off 18. Because it's no headwind, no tailwind, just a 6-knot cross. And it's sort of same, whether we taxi to 07 right or 18. Yeah, we can still go around that way too. Okay, let's do that. We're going to switch to 18. We go, departure, 18. We're going off the Obok, Aboka to Romeo. This is Squirrel Lee. Cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. To Romeo. Insert that. Performance. We'll do the performance, and then we'll get moving. How's our IRSs going? 4 minutes. Let's start the APU. Um, 18, dry, flaps, 1 plus F will do. Force toga, yes please. Because I like the sound of the thrust derate. And full length is fine. Calculate that. Ooh, 60, 66, 68, nice. Menu. Performance on there. Flight plan on there. And we just wait for the IRSs. Yeah, I think it's the airport that this is not liking. Because I've done flights in Phoenix in this sim before, and it wasn't, the performance was not this bad. Right, while we wait for the IRSs, I'm gonna go get some Nurofen or something. Be right back. Smiley Beaches, hello. Yeah, no public holiday for us. Only the Victorians. You know what they're like. Love a public holiday. Just triggering the Victorian in the room. Okay, so that's we're all good there. We're just waiting for the IRSs to align. What are we going to? 360. Let's put that up on there. 360. Pay the troll tax? Nah. Alright. That's fine. Yeah, cool. So we're just waiting for the IRSs now. What we can do, because we're on the APU, get that ready for the engine start and get GSX connected. Already hard enough to live there as it is. So I can day drink and not feel bad about it. There you go. That's one way to look at it. They don't give them ideas. They'll take that. Did GSX even come up, or is it just not? Yeah, okay. GSX is not there. Let's turn that back off and start Koodle. And did everyone just spot what I spotted? Just having a conversation. I very rarely fly on VATSIM. I just can't be bothered with it. Probably the most boring motorsport in existence. It's not my favorite thing. I'll watch it every now and then, but man. Okay. Note to self: don't fly out of Frankfurt again. Zombies in the terminal. That's our Mr. Burns there. She brings love. The performance seems to get worse as time goes. Interesting. GSX working yet? Yep. Yeah, it is the Aerosoft one. I'm kind of regretting it now because it's not. It's for FS 2020, but I thought I'd just chuck it in here and use it anyway. But I don't think it likes it because we went from 60 FPS to 20.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Seem to need optimization. Yeah, I don't know if Aerosoft are planning to bring, because this is,
Looking here.
if it is the scenery that's doing this, which we'll find out as soon as we leave the airport, then yeah, obviously this scenery is just not going to work in 2024 at the moment. That's why I'm kind of worried about. There is, but again, I don't know if that's made for 2024 either. Oh, Shit, where are we pushing back to? Area 2. No. I don't know. Go with that one. Hope for the best. Did it even select it? Or did it time out before I selected it?
Release parking brakes.
Oh man. The performance is getting worse.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start exit.
Well, let's hope for the best, shall we? I'm assuming it's the scenery. I do hope that once we take off that it gets better. I mean, unless it's the Phoenix, because I haven't used Phoenix in 2024 since the sim update. So maybe this needs an update. It's doing that thing. The CPU is at 65, GPU is at 85, and memory is at 93. Any builds are giving people strokes right now, like strokes in the brain or strokes in somewhere else. All the Phoenix aircraft have updates right now. I had a look last night. There was no updates for them. So unless they put out an update sometime today. Yeah. The thing is, I know it'll be fine once we get out of Frankfurt. It's just the problem is going to be getting out of Frankfurt. Yeah, I think it's definitely the scenery. To go from, 90 FPS on the last flight to 60 on this one. Sorry, to 16 on this one.
Please set parking brakes.
Yep. Give me 2 to 3 working days to get the camera down to the parking brake, love. I've been updated since the 12th of December. There's a big one in the works. Yeah, that's I had a look at the Phoenix app last night, the installer, and there was no update on it. So, because I was going to update the plane if there was. But there was no update. So, and now I've got this popping noise again in my audio. The only way to fix that is by unplugging my headset and plugging it back in. Oh, no, not that one. That one, that one, and that one. It's gonna be fun to try and taxi out of here. Returning work in 2024 pretty fast. Bringing in items that labs and indie builds have brought into their product. Yeah. Fuck, it's hot. I'm hoping once we get out onto the runway at least and facing away from the airport, the performance comes back up, because it's going to be painful otherwise. I probably should just give up, but I'm gonna persist and hope for the best. Man.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Not enough frames to answer the purser. Yeah, pretty much. Man, I'm getting flashbacks, like PTSD flashbacks to FSX. Is it better during the day? Maybe. With all the lights, maybe that's the problem. Oh, goodness. Nope. No better. And the popping noise is back in my ears. happy flying in 2019. Yeah, 100%. That's how it always is. I mean, I already, after, if you have a look at the review that I put on Steam for 2024 the other day, I'm already sort of backpedaling on that. The same way that we did with 2020. You know, but it's going to take a good couple of updates before they get it there. Don't charge a fee for 2024. I don't think they will. But even then, like I've said I said it back in FSX, FS9, in P3D. If the upgrade fee is not stupid, I don't have a problem paying it. If it's like $5, that's fine. But not when you have to pay $30 or something. Like, get fucked with that. Now, I have to really focus on not scraping the tail of this aircraft because this frame rate is not going to be easy to handle on takeoff. That should be fun. And the popping noise is annoying me. Wait, you can't actually hear the popping sounds though, can you? Oh, you can? Oh, well, there you go. Yep, that was too much brake. Alright, before we take off, I'm going to fix that audio because that's very annoying. I thought it was only coming through on my headset. I didn't think it was going through to the stream as well. Right. I don't know why when I plug the dongle back in for my headset does it extend the spoilers. Oh, and I just shut down an engine. Are you kidding me right now? Please come back to life. Or am I going to have to cross-bleed the engine? No, looks like it's fine. Did I catch it early enough that I didn't have to cross-bleed it? Good stuff. Quite sure. Oh, the NGXU, yeah. Okay, everything on there's good. The engines are running. I gotta run the takeoff config again. Yep, that's fine. Cool. So we should be good to go. Why have I got no backlighting on the MCP. And now we've got the camera stutters again. For fuck's sake. No, it's still gonna do it. Oh, goodness gracious. Wondering why that was so dark. Right, let's get the hell out of Frankfurt, shall we? My parking brake trigger's not working. This is terrible. Now, we may or may not tail strike on this takeoff because I can't actually control anything with this frame rate. Terrible. I should have just given up and changed flight. I mean, I can't even find... Oh, we're doing Toga, that's right. Oh, it's gotten even worse. Nope. Too much rudder. Not enough rudder. I don't know. It's too hard to judge. Let's just hopefully get off the ground without scraping the tail. Alright, if the performance doesn't get better as we climb away from Frankfurt, I'm just gonna ditch this flight because we can't fly like this. The Thrustmaster Warthog. Click. Nope. Yeah, we'll stay away from Frankfurt after this. Unless I go back to the freeware scenery. I'm hoping as we sort of get away from the airport that that it gets a bit better. And if it doesn't, then yeah, I'm gonna have to ditch this flight. Okay, we're at 24, 26, 26. Hang on, I've still got that camera thing though. I don't want to look back towards the airport. Louis, I think it's when I switch the views and it's trying to load everything all at once. It's like it, I don't know, like it gets stuck or something. We're back to 65 FPS. 68, 69, 70. Interesting. So even looking back at the airport, I'm still sitting on 60 FPS now. Cool. Yeah, it's fucking warm. Has been for a while. Without cabins on the Phoenix. I don't know if that would make a difference. Yeah, good frames in LHR. It's obviously the scenery frankly. Yeah, 100%. Look. I think because I've been watching the task manager, performance in the task manager. I would assume that it was, yeah, it's definitely the scenery. Anyway, seems to be alright now. God, now there's more MFS. Wait, which one's the one to mute? Oh dear. Yeah. I don't seem to be able to mute the sim now. Oh. There we go. Wait. No, that still doesn't unmute it. Whatever. Now, I apparently don't have any wing views in this plane currently. Let's set some of those up, shall we? Give us something to look at in flight. Yeah, hopefully performance at Heathrow is not bad. I'll be very disappointed if it is. Did anyone watch Big Jet's stream the other day flying the A350 into Heathrow? Because that didn't go good for him. Oh look, there's that stuttery thing again. It's like, I don't know even how to describe it, but it's like the camera gets stuck. And then it does this. His frame rate going into Heathrow basically went down to 3. And then he couldn't control the aircraft, so he would when he would roll the aircraft, it would roll too much, and then he would overcorrect to come back. I don't know whether it's just his sim. Maybe he doesn't have that good a computer, or what it was. But yeah, it did not go well for him. Oh, back to 30 FPS. Good PR for that. Yeah, it wasn't good. They ended up having to go around on the first attempt, and then he landed it on the second. But yeah, it wasn't good. It shouldn't have been released like this. And we said the same thing about 2020 at the time, that it shouldn't have been released as it was. They should have back to 75 FPS. They shouldn't have released it as it was. They should have waited another 3 or 6 months or a year even, and sort of worked on it a bit more. But they're using the player base as beta testers essentially. You know, they're relying on people. I remember with the alpha for 2020, they were expecting that you would fly and then basically do reports on any problems you had, which I suppose is the whole point of an alpha. But most people didn't get into the alpha for the purpose of testing the sim. They just wanted access to it early. Yeah, and that's essentially what's going on here too. But this is what I was saying. I say it almost every stream. 2020 didn't get good until about sim update 6 or 7. So I think this has probably got a while before we see better stability on this. Unless Asobo learnt from their mistakes with 2020 and they're paying more attention to stability and stuff, bug fixes before or quicker. Get better performance. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm getting better performance. I can't get above 35 FPS in 2020. So I do get better performance in 2024, unless I do think that the performance just then was the scenery, because the scenery is not made for 2024. It's not compatible with 2024. So I would assume that the scenery was the issue there, and that's probably, you know, going to be a problem with a few sceneries, not just this one. And they used to pay people to do this so they wouldn't have pissed off customers because, yeah. Right. Where's the map light? Oh, it's up here, isn't it? Which? There we go. Don't need that on. I do still dislike how the lights, you have to go into here for cabin lights. Have I forgotten to turn something off? Because there's a light here. What is that light? No? No, it's fine. Yeah, see, look, 82 FPS, this is Phoenix. So, it's definitely the airport that was the problem there. Have to invest in quantum computing to run 25, and I'm going to be starting right. Yeah, look, I couldn't get very good performance out of 2024 either, and I should have known that it was something that I was doing. Oh. Okay, Corinne, why are you gifting subs? 5 gift subs from Corinne to the community. If you got a gift sub, please say thank you. There's some long-time followers in there too that got one. I should have known. Oh, bloody hell. Smiley Beaches. Another 5 gift subs. What's going on, guys? That's James is saying. So guys, what's going on? What's going on, guys? He's got his camera on Discord, so I can see him reacting. Smiley Beaches, cheers for the 5 gifts, and Corinne for the 5 gifts as well. Anyone that did get a gift sub, if you're here, please say thanks to the gifters. So yeah, I should have known that I was doing something wrong with this sim with the performance, because I was only getting, 20 FPS. After spending a good majority of Friday night and a little bit of time on Saturday, Thursday night, and a good majority of Friday, fiddling with the settings, that's how I managed to get it to this. So the only thing I did was I pulled up the NVIDIA app, opened up the settings for this, and then I used this slider. I moved it to about half. You guys need to stop. I appreciate it, but please stop. James, don't you fucking dare. You need the money for your computer. Don't you do it too. Fucking level 4 hype train. When's the last time we had that? So there you go. More gift subs. If anyone else that got one of those gift subs is here, just say thanks to Orath as well. Don't do it. Don't do it, James. Don't. Because you need to save the money for the computer.
I know what you're talking about, Matthew.
I swear. Don't. If you do that, I'm going to refund you the money.
I'll do it.
You're gonna refund me the money.
Yeah, so I moved this this slider to about the middle point, looked at what the settings recommended at that point, and then I started fiddling with them. And then just after playing with it for about, a couple of hours, I managed to get it to this point where it's at 90 FPS. And it's the stupidest things. Like, it doesn't make sense why some things create really bad performance loss. You know what helps out more than subs currently? I mean, the subs are nice because it's a bit of extra cash, but you know what helps out more than the subs? When people follow. If we can get the follower numbers up, that'd be great. You have pre-cache scenery on. Yeah, so not the rolling cache, because I don't know if the rolling cache is still a thing in this sim. But what's the other setting about there's another setting about off-screen something. I don't know if it'll be in here because it's a sim setting. Yeah, off-screen terrain pre-caching. And the other thing that made no sense to me is the status. Yeah. Yeah, so that's on Ultra. The other thing that didn't make sense to me is the render scaling. How does it make sense that a higher render scale or shifting? Because I always thought the higher it is, the worse the performance is going to be. But then moving that like bit by bit and seeing how the performance went, 125 came up as the magic number for me. Anyway, bloody hell. Right. Utilize your system better, so that's probably why. Sim Update 2, which is about optimization, will be. Yeah, I'll be interested to see that. Any like more optimization or see, it's weird. Now it's dropped back to 30 again. I'm wondering like when we're going to be seeing Sim Update 2. I think it's probably going to be at least a couple of months, I guess. And back to 90 FPS. Nice sunrise. Have they increased the wing flex in this? Because it looks like it's flexing much more than in 2020. Back and forth from 70 to 90. Yeah, it's I know if I click out of the sim, it drops to half. So I'm assuming that's got something to do with VSync. What is that emote? Behold this. Choo-choo. What was I looking at? By the end of this stream, I'll have streamed 100 hours since January 1st. The other thing, I kind of want to play some scary games. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the arrival as well. What's Heathrow looking like? 0206 knots, so we're landing on 09s. Which means we're going all the way around to the other side of the airport. 9 degrees, QNH 1001. We're probably landing 09 left, so we're gonna fly over Windsor Castle. And we'll chuck it on the ILS because why not? Okay. London arrival. ILS 09 left. Should do an emote only chat. You're a mod. You can put emote only chat on. Logan 2 hotel. Via Lamb. Insert that. I don't even really need to put emote only chat on. Look, everyone's going with the emotes anyway. Actually, does this match what this is saying? There you go. You got emote only chat. 1005, 9 degrees, QNH 1000. Well, it's slightly different, but we'll go with that. 105. That, and then the minimums. I just want to use my latest favorite emote, which is the Mr. Burns. I bring you love. Nope, that's Steam. Whoops, Navigraph. Cat 1, which it probably will be because 279. There's no time limit on emote only chat in this channel. It's Aussie 6 that does, what is it, 60 seconds or 2 minutes or something? Yeah. Nice sunrise. What airport's that? Did I start Volanta? Yeah, I did. That is Dusseldorf. There you go. You can all start using words again. No words, just it's glove kalash. No ball, stick. Glove kalash. Oh, goodness. What a meme. This chat's a meme. Timing and being in the right is what we are here for. Ah, yeah. Okay. What's the date today? 10th? Cool. Yeah, I'm glad Phoenix pushed this aircraft into 2024 so quickly. Because it's nice to have this. I mean, I could fly the Unibuilds A321 and the A320, but choose not to. What is the light that's still on in the cockpit here? No. So all these lights are on for some reason. Map light. None of those. These ones are these. Where's this light? Anyone? Wait, is that? Okay, that's that. Oh, suddenly the frames dipped again. Okay. What if we turn all these off and then turn them back on? Because it seems like we're needing to cycle the lights to get rid of them. What's this one at the back though? There's no storm light. That's a Boeing thing. Not that. It's whatever this light is. What is that light? I thought that was the is that not the pedestal light? Yeah, it is. So what's this light back here? This bright light. Isn't that these? Plane flying. We're flying the Phoenix 321. And there's that stutter again. What is this giant light at the back here being lit up by? No. The bug? They're reading lights, that's those. Oh, hang on. Has it gone? No, hang on. Now it's gone dim. Is that just the pedestal flood light now? Yeah, okay. So it was one of the reading lights. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Because, yeah, you could see that from outside the aircraft. There you go. Man, I'm hungry. I think I'm just gonna do the 3 flights today. We'll do the A350 flight next, and that'll be it. We'll do the Tiger flight tomorrow. So we did that one. We're doing this one now, and this is the next one. What time is it where I'm at? It's just gone 4 p.m. So that's the next flight, Incheon to Fukuoka in the A350. I don't know if that time is right, an hour and 30 block time. I feel like it's going to be longer than that. Have a look. Oh, look. A map. This never saves what I want it to stay like this, but it just doesn't do that. I don't know why. What was that flight number? Was it 123? Probably shouldn't have closed that thing. 132. 10 p.m. in Vegas. It's the best time in Vegas, isn't it? In the evening. 132. We are from. Okay, this is going to change views. SI. Yep. To RJFF. In the A350. Hopefully I can redeem the arrival from last week. No, it's an hour and 25 block. Okay. Generate that. I want to Google this camera stutter thing because it's really annoying. They have to press escape to bring up the menu like this and then just resume straight away, which gets rid of that stutter. No idea. Also, there's still 61 of you sticking around from Conti's raid. Cheers for that. Very much appreciate that. It's 2024. Okay, so I'm not the only person that has this problem. Other people have as well. Okay, so apparently it's been reported as a bug. But Asobo is basically saying, or one of their moderator team is saying that if it's got to do with a third-party add-on, talk to them. That's a frame gen mod. Not sure if it's a bug. Are you maxing your main thread? Both try doing Alt Enter twice to see if that fixes it. Fix won't be permanent. Yep, that's exactly. Well, I don't Alt Enter. I go to the press escape and come back. Try disabling the frame gen. Yeah, but if I disable frame gen, my performance is gonna go to shit. Okay, so apparently it's a frame gen bug. Right. What do we got? Got 50 miles to top of descent. What was I doing in here? I came into here. Oh, that's right. Company message. And then I got distracted by something. Don't know what. We're going down to too steep path. Nah, it's fine. 3,500. Yeah, okay. What does the chart say? 2,500. That's 7.5. Dear me. Where's that? The chart? Not really. Alright, well, 2,500 it is. We get a little bit more light before we descend, or no? Sun's slowly coming up. Let's say that's Rotterdam, right? That's exactly what it is. See, I know geography. Rotterdam. Rotterdam. I think the reason I know that that's Rotterdam is because probably back in... Actually, let's have a look. January 2016. I think it was this game that you had to get either a cruise ship or a container ship out of the channel. Like 9 years ago that I did that. Is that London? With that much light? Probably. Why is my keyboard in German? Amazing how quickly that Maxagesic works. I took 2 of those and the headache was gone in like 10 minutes. Good stuff. How have I already been streaming for 3 hours? It doesn't feel like that. $20 miles to top of descent. So, the people that are here regularly, like I said earlier, I kind of want to play some scary games. Apart from James, would you actually stick around and watch that? I don't know that I would actually get scared of them though, because I don't generally find things scary. Jump scares will usually get me, but I don't think jump scares, like, this is the thing with movies, like horror movies, right? Take your phasmophobia and fuck off. Hey, no one, well, I'll play it while you're on holidays. Play it while you're out of the country. It's not like you're going to be here to watch the stream anyway. I'd still watch your stream if I was out of the country. Thanks for the support, James. Thinking. I gotta play the Jeopardy music. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna get DMCA'd on YouTube for that. You know, it's annoying. I changed the intro song to the stream so that I wouldn't get, because I was getting not copyright strikes, but like copyright claims on the intro song. So I changed the intro song, and the copyright things disappeared, and then the new one got copyrighted. I was like, well, that's annoying. And now they've all disappeared, so that's good. And down we go. Nice quick little hop from Frankfurt to London. Just a shame the performance in Frankfurt was so bad. Hopefully we don't have the same problem in Heathrow. Because that'll be devastating. If we do, then I'm going to have to probably divert and head off to, I don't know, Manchester or Liverpool or something. Or probably somewhere closer like Luton or Stansted or Gatwick. Not that I have any of those sceneries currently installed or active, but yeah. If the performance is bad, there's no way I can land. There's the stutter again. That's really annoying that it does that. Every time I change views. Strobes aren't actually flashing, but you can see that they are. Oh, now they are. Okay, so you just can't see them from certain angles. Oh, for fuck's sake. I wonder actually if, because I did a flight on Saturday, and I did one yesterday, and they were flawless. So I wonder if it's the stutters and performance that we're getting now is because of the stream. Aussie 6 is looking at his phone. He's not looking at chat, Louis. Okay, I think what I need to do is look at where we need to park. Terminal 2. Well, we're landing on the wrong side for that, but okay. Should be fine. If we come off at Alpha 6 or 7. Right, so let's go low auto brake. I don't think we need much. No, many different things I'm accidentally opening. Hey, Naviates, welcome to the Discord, by the way. Okay, let's stop the music. Bloody hell. I'm gonna do this again. That. And put the sound back on. I wonder, do I have I don't know if I've got Lufthansa sound pack on this. I can't remember.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Nope, apparently.
will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed, armrests down and window locked.
The low auto brake, arm the spoilers. We got flap full for landing when we get there. The ILS should be on there. IAA 110.3. A 110.3, 089, 089. Cool. All that's set up. We'll just closely monitor the frame rate because I really hope it doesn't drop. I mean, we're 60 miles from the airport. Oh, I thought that was a runway. It's not. It looks like it's like a pier. Wait, what is that? I have no idea. Yeah, maybe it is a pier. Or is it like a... Hang on, where are we? I don't know where we are. It must have been that. Yeah, dunno. No idea what that was. I'm slightly concerned about the stutters that I'm getting when I look around. Transition level here. Via ATC. Well, what are we at? 8,400. Let's call it 7,000 because transition altitude 6,000. And what's the thing? 1,000. Oh, okay. Well, that's one way to slow the aircraft down, I guess. Too low terrain. Cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How's the flight going? Yeah, it's going alright. We're on the very slow approach into London. Performance is behaving. It's about 62 to 70 frames per second. As long as I'm clicked into the sim. As soon as I click out of it, it drops to about half that. And there's the stutters again. Lovely. I'm glad I opted for the ILS because I don't like the look of these clouds. Also glad I have a noise gate on my microphone because if you guys could hear my stomach rumbling, that would be horrendous. What? You shaking your head at? Yeah, I'm watching you. Of the spring day in old London town. Yeah. Isn't it just? So we're within 15 miles of the airport, and yeah, okay, let's drop to 50 FPS, 46, 45, oh, don't do that, oh dear. 51. If you stay around 50, I'm okay with that, just don't drop to 16, like we had in Frankfurt. I don't know how close you have to be to something for it to actually load in. Oh dear. I think I just found the answer to that question. We've just dropped to 20 FPS. Oh dear. You know what I didn't do? I didn't turn any of this off. So it seems like 10 miles is where things load in and out. As soon as we got within 10 miles of this airport, we dropped to 20 FPS. No, I'm not on VATSIM. And I'm kind of glad I'm not, because no way I would want to hassle with the bad performance on VATSIM as well. Lovely popping noises back. I'm imagining once we get outside of 10 miles, that the performance is going to come back, and then it's going to go to shit as we come back towards the airport again. So this landing is going to be rough then. Yep, back up to 50 FPS. So airports spawn in at 10 miles. I wonder if I'm able to... Ooh, let's give it a go. I'm wondering if it will disable the interiors without restarting the sim. If I do that now. Just turn all of this off. Or is it going to crash the sim? Because it will disable those things while the sim's running, but whether it actually disables them when it loads the scenery back in or not is another story. That I don't know. Yeah, I probably am not expecting much change by the time we go back there. Not expecting much of a good landing either, to be honest. Because if the performance is crap, the interesting thing is though, I flew into London a couple of weeks ago on stream. We did Manchester to London, Manchester to Heathrow in the Phoenix 321, and we did it with the 2020 scenery in 2024, and it wasn't too bad. Alright, starting to come back in within 10 miles. We're at 60 at the moment. I should have waited till I went back into the cockpit to do that. Alright, 7.5 miles. 47, F 48. 44, it dropped to 39 for a second. Over the King as you go past Windsor. If we could see it. Hey Navy 8s, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I believe you got a gifted sub a little bit earlier. So yeah, this is the new Heathrow. I mean, it's again 43 FPS at the moment, 46. Maybe it'll behave. I don't know. Maybe it's just, well, maybe turning off those things did work on the fly. Definitely glad that I opted for the ILS. Okay. Well, within 5 miles now. My holding button mine won't even start. Well, this is after a lot of testing. It'll be fine. Yeah, well, I think the thing with this sim, like with Frankfurt, I didn't have to quit the sim to disable something. So I think with this sim, you can actually enable and disable things as long as you're not, like if I was sitting at London, at Heathrow, then I wouldn't be able to disable those things. But because we were out of range of it and it had to reload in, I think you can disable them. So we've turned off all the interiors.
500.
And maybe that helped. Holy crap. Okay, I guess I'm not landing then.
100 above. 200. Minimum.
Nice.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 7. 5.
Okay, so maybe the clouds were shielding us from the bad performance somehow. Hey, get out of reverse. Or, you know, don't. What are you doing, plane? What on earth? Interesting. Nah, the performance is still shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wonderful. So this is Terminal 2 here. We're just going to pull in here, I think. If I can get the aircraft to slow down enough to actually turn. Computer says no. Can't park there? We're gonna do it anyway. I can't even brake properly. 8 FPS. Right, that'll do for that. Because, quite frankly, I've got the shits with it. It's funny, it was fine until we broke through the bottom of the clouds there. And then it just went to shit again. Anywho. Alright, end that flight. I do wonder if it has anything to do with streaming as well, because performance was not this bad when I'm not streaming. I don't know if I should restart the sim again. Or if it's just because it's still sort of sitting above Heathrow. Let's see. Love to do comparison to 350, see what Frankfurt will be the same, but Heathrow should be a slideshow. Shouldn't be a slideshow. Yeah, well, you wouldn't think so, but who knows? Let's see how we go with the 350 at Incheon and Fukuoka. And hopefully it's much better. ...311 feet per minute on that last landing at 1.25 Gs. So I hope everyone's spines are nice and compressed. The other thing I wonder actually, because Heathrow was a bespoke airport as well, and I didn't disable Heathrow. So that probably wouldn't have been helping either. It'd be great if third-party sceneries would actually disable default sceneries. Okay, that's not the cockpit. 33, 42, 46, 47, 45. I mean, if it stays up around the 45, that's okay. Right, what's our registration here? Because Volanta just does not want to give me any other aircraft except Victor Hotel, Quebec, Uniform Quebec, for some reason. HL 8521. It is an A359 and it's Asiana Airline. Right. Can we delete this aircraft? Successfully deleted. Yeah, until next time. Okay. That takes care of that. Let's hope for the best, shall we? And the other thing that I haven't quite figured out is how do you turn off the... How do you turn off the avionics room and all that shit? They use pounds in Korea or kilos? Oh, don't do this shit again.
Orath gifted a tier 1 sub to Jembal Tame.
Who? Okay, anyway.
Orath gifted a tier 1 sub to the 805 Warrior.
Oh, it's playing the bloody... No.
Orath gifted a tier 1 sub to Howie_Idza.
Plane's fucked. I have to restart the sim. Because when my controls don't actually move any of this stuff... No, nothing. Rudders, brakes, nothing. Right, let's restart the sim, shall we? Bob, g'day. While I'm there, I may as well disable the things that I'm not using anymore. Rid of that. Apparently I can't get rid of that. Let's just disable everything, shall we? Be quicker. Right, so I need every A350. Where is it? That's Korean. Ah, there. That one. And I need Fukuoka and Come on. Didn't I delete these? Yep. Oh man. If I reactivate the alerts, is it going to keep playing those? No. Good. I don't know why it replays the alerts when I change scene. If they use pounds, then I have to redo the sim brief thing. Because I plan everything in kilos. Right, that's... No one was asking about North Korea. I have a feeling that the sim doesn't like the stream. And I think that's why I'm getting a little bit worse performance than if I weren't streaming. Although, that might not be right either. It may be the aircraft, because you think about that first flight, Colombo to Mali, that was fine. We had no problems throughout that whole flight. So maybe that. Anywho. Okay. Try again. And hope that everything's working this time. I mean, throttles and shit still aren't moving. So let's see. If we still have, once we push back, if we have no throttles, then I have to change plan again. Or either that or we'll just go off and raid someone. That's already on. We just need the IRSs. Alright. I don't like this. Why is it doing that? Alright, let's see. We'll just set everything up and hope for the best. And if nothing works, then we're just going to give up for today. And I'll come back tomorrow. Not that. Import from SimBrief. Also like to fly below the wide slope. Wow. Okay, alright, it's departure. Where are we? Port from SimBrief, that flight. Okay, so apparently we're departing 16 left. 16 left on the Ospot 2 hotel. So that. Back to the init page. Fuel and payload. Enter. No, block fuel. Nah, it's not going to work. This is what it did last time. Fuel on board, 0. That fuel? Nothing. $74.3. Yeah, okay, so it's got the 0 fuel weight, right? Let's see. If we push back and there's no throttles, there's nothing, then it's not going to work, and we're not going to bother. Actually, a good way to check if I can. Nah, it's fucked. If I can't release the parking brake, it's not going to work. All right, we're gonna scrap it. Let's go and do a raid while people are here. While I've got you here, good folks, I'm gonna have to investigate this plane and we'll try and fix it for tomorrow. In the meantime, let's go raid Tristan and repay the raid from the other day. Sorry it's been a short stream, but when the plane doesn't work, the plane doesn't work. So let's go say hi to Tristan. He's just started about an hour ago. He's doing some flying. He's doing the United Island hopper. So let's go say hi to him and watch him for a little while, shall we? And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Hopefully with a working plane. Alright guys. See yous.